Good evening and welcome to the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors regular meeting on June 25th, 2026. Call to order. I'm calling the meeting to order at 6:06 p.m. Roll call. Member Smith is present. Member Fyler present. Member Travis
Present.
Member Cauche is not present. We wanted to know for the minutes that Member Akashi sadly resigned earlier this week and shared comments about that transition, which can be viewed on the recording from Tuesday's meeting. All right, item B, approval of agenda for the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on June 25th, 2026. May I get a motion and a second? All motion.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? So moved. We will now go to flag salute and member Travis.
Okay. All right. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
What team USA tonight? Yeah. I know. What are we doing? 7 p.m.
Okay.
Open session live. All right, community input. Members of the public may comment on items listed on the agenda or non-agendized items. Speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. Dr. Hinman, do we have any comments on agenda or non-agendized items?
Ms. Burdette?
We do not.
Thank you.
I submitted a form online.
Oh, we do have a form. Do we have a form? I'm just looking at online.
Mine was submitted online. Mine was submitted online. I can submit one, but
It'll be fine. We'll get you up there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you don't mind, just you could fill out a card after, but we'll welcome you on up to make your comment. And do we have the timer? Yeah.
Hello. Oh, button. Did that come on? No.
There we go. It won't project, but it's
Oh,
that
okay,
reminder.
perfect.
Good.
First one up. Is he ready? Okay. Great. Good evening, members of the board, executive director, staff, parents, and members of the community. My name is Alan Walden, and I'm a member of the OPA community. I'm here tonight to speak regarding the personnel report on tonight's agenda and urge the board to pull this item for further review and corrections before approval. The core issue is inaccurate public records. A public agency's reports must be accurate, transparent, and reflection of the truth. Unfortunately, the report before you tonight contains inaccuracies regarding teacher step placements and years of service. And one example, a certified educator who was placed, who should be placed at step 13 with 15 years of service under the newly approved 10, 13, 16, 19 salary schedule, is instead listed publicly as step 11, a step that does not even exist on the actual salary schedule. And this is just one example. This is not an isolated clerical typo. It follows a pattern. In the same example, the educator's initial 26-27 employment agreement report contained the exact same error and required corrections before signing. Why this matters? These errors matter for two critical reasons. First, they create cascading liabilities and systemic risks. If a teacher's service history is tracked incorrectly on public records today, tracking and salary milestone step-ups will likely be wrong down the line. How many other teachers are currently sitting in incorrect steps or having their years of service undercounted tonight? Second, this raises serious questions about oversight. OPA utilizes external administrative consulting, partnering with firms like Charter Impact, and currently employing an external consultant to cover our vacant CBO position. These external services are a significant expense for our organization. If we're paying premium dollars for external consultants to manage our back office, HR, and business functions, how are basic data tracking errors like this making it to the way to a public board agenda tonight? These types of errors are simply cannot occur. Recommendation to the board, we cannot praise our educators on one hand and fail them by keeping inaccurate records on the other. Therefore, I respectfully ask the board to take the following actions tonight. First, pull the personnel report from tonight's agenda and commission a full and complete and thorough internal audit of all certificate staff and ensure all teacher step placements and years of service are verified as 100% accurate. Second, establish a clear and consistent notation standard across both internal employment agreements and public personnel reports. I recommend using an explicit step with years in parentheses format, such as 13 parentheses 15. So there is absolute transparency for the board, administration, and teachers. Our teachers deserve exactness, transparency, and respect, and our community deserves accountability from our contracted service providers. Let's ensure that our paperwork reflects the high standard we expect in our classrooms. I'm providing a full copy of my remarks tonight and in request today, along with my recommendations, be entered into the official meeting minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm good measure, let's do one more double check. Are there any more public comments?
Move to that.
Not on your email. Okay, Trace. Online? Okay, thank you. Okay, items for discussion action, part 1. A, elect an officer slate for the 2026-27 school year. And this is a board officer slate.
I make a motion to have the officers remain in the same roles
Okay, so
for next year.
okay, motion from member Travis for sustain.
Just the same, yeah.
Do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second.
Do we have any comment or discussion? I have a comment of what, are we sure?
You guys are doing a fabulous job, so.
Well, I think we all equally are fulfilling our roles well, and if it's not broke,
Mhm.
don't fix it for this coming year, I guess is good with me. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. With that, we will move to the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Okay, motion passes. Approve new board member selection. OPA has standardized process. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna read all that on the document. I'm gonna get a motion and a second.
I make a motion for approval of Mr. Sud. If I'm saying that correct. Yes, it is.
And member Fryler second. All right, discussion.
I would just like to say that we had so many wonderful candidates apply and are interested in the OPA board that we were very, very lucky to have such a dedicated community. But I do feel like this is the best candidate for OPA at this time. So I'm deeply excited about his willingness to serve and his passion for OPA. And I would love to entertain him as our candidate to fill the vacancy.
Right, and can I ask, what happened to our other candidate that we interviewed at the last regular meeting?
So our other candidate chose to withdraw because he discovered a conflict of interest. And just to do the right thing, step back from the position, even though he was very wonderful as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, yeah, I will say, I want to make sure I pronounce your name right. Sud?
Yeah, Sid.
Thank you, Mr. Sid, I appreciate it, him joining us and getting the interview. I know there was extensive interviewing that was done prior to him coming to the full board. So I fully support moving forward in this way as well. All right, with that, we will move to a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes and any abstentions? Welcome on board. Just as a reminder to give a little more background. Mr. Sid, as extensive executive leadership experience as Director of Global SOX and Risk Assessment at Ingram Micro, where he partners with senior leadership to strengthen accountability, guide strategic decision-making, and improve organizational performance on a global scale. His thoughtful, data-driven approach to governance and his commitment to long-term planning will be a tremendous asset to this board and to OPA's mission and vision. And we welcome you and look forward to working with you starting next month.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I would just like to also include my welcome to the Oxford Preparatory Board. As a certified public accountant with more than a decade of experience in financial reporting, internal controls, and risk assessment, and corporate governance. Mr. Sood offers exceptional experiences in fiscal oversight, which I'm very excited about, and organizational accountability. His experience at both Ingram Micro and Deloitte positions have provided him invaluable insight that will help serve our board. We look forward to having your expertise on this board and your perspective that you'll bring to the board. Thank you.
I'd also like to welcome Mr. Sood to the board. In addition to his impressive professional accomplishments, Akil is deeply committed to mentoring and supporting young people through his work with Big Brothers and Sisters, and has expressed a genuine passion for helping students reach their full potential. As both a prospective OPA parent and a community-minded leader, he understands the importance of creating environments where every student is challenged, supported, and inspired to succeed. We're grateful for his willingness to serve and look forward to the positive impact he'll have on our school community.
And if you're interested, we'd love to welcome you up to say a few words.
Sure, yeah. I'd love to.
Awesome, thank you. Please join us, yeah. Up on my phone.
Hi, everyone. Thank you to the board. I'm very excited to be given this opportunity. I have two kids one will be going into OPA, one in 2 years, hopefully will be joining as well. And so as a parent, I'll be very involved in the organization, and I'm very excited, and I can't wait to be very involved in the success of the organization. So thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, approval compensation comparability study for executive director. Tonight I am sharing the summary of the comparability study on the executive director position prior to posting the position. To begin, it's important to note that IRS rules strictly require fair and reasonable compensation for nonprofit executives. When evaluating reasonableness, the IRS considers compensation broadly. This means they look not only at base salary, but also at the total value of non-fixed compensation, such as incentives or bonuses, and all associated benefits. To ensure full compliance, we conducted a comprehensive review and comparison of total compensation levels received by educational leaders across a sampling of 6 charter schools in Southern California. Our data sourcing and methodology were structured as follows. Compensation figures were pulled directly from the state controller's office and the Internal Revenue Service for the 2022 to 2024 calendar fiscal years, which represents the most recently publicly available data. Student enrollment figures were pulled from the 2024 California School Dashboard. This study specifically compared salary packages of public school leaders at institutions similar in size and scope to OPA. The 6 surveyed charter schools have an average population of approximately 1,107 students. Based on the sample, educational leaders, our base salary range is 180,544 to 280,847. The average base salary is $232,044. As a final note, it is standard for executive salaries to range within these boundaries based on a variety of operational factors. These typically include the director's unique experience, tenure at the school, student population sizes, staff headcount, and the regional location of the charter schools. With that, I move to approve the compensation comparability study. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? And any abstentions? All right, passes. Approval of board president's required oral report regarding compensation for executive director position. As to the next item regarding approval of the executive director's employment agreement, I am required by law to indicate prior to any vote on the employment agreement that the agreement provides the following. 1, a term of 3 years from July 1st, 2026 to June 30, 2029. 2, a work schedule of a minimum of 225 days annually. 3, an annual base salary of $239,800 for the 2026-27 school year per the executive director salary schedule. 4, 16 days of paid vacation per year with a carryover cap of 32 days and option to cash out 10 days per year. 5, 12 days of sick leave per year. 6, payment of professional dues for membership in the Association of California School Administrators and the American Association of School Superintendents. 7, health benefit premiums as granted to other OPA employees. 8, participation in CalSTRS is subject to program and eligibility requirements. I move that the board approve the employment agreement for the executive director with the terms previously mentioned and find that the overall compensation is fair and reasonable based upon compensation paid to executives of similar schools in the region. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm gonna move to approve the required oral report regarding compensation for executive.
I second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the oral report? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? All right, it passes. Executive Director Employment Contract. Now I will move to approve the Executive Director Employment Contract. And may I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Discussion?
I can start. I'm very excited to welcome Miss Burdette as our executive director. I had the opportunity to first get to know Miss Burdette when she became our middle school principal. And she took the bull by the horns and really brought two communities together of SB and SOC in the newly formed middle school, and did a wonderful job with that. And then even as they relocated, she continued to help facilitate the middle school doing that, as well as having an increased presence at SB and SOC when she became CAO. So that is from my personal experience. I've seen her tremendous, amazing job she's done for OPA. She bleeds OPA teal. She also has the chops to do this job and to do this job really well for OPA in so many ways that I couldn't even count. So it is my pleasure to really welcome Miss Maggie Burdette.
Beyond what Delight said, I appreciate you stepping up and participating in all of the steps to get us here and picking up the pieces and carrying us through our gap in the last couple of months along with Dr. Heyman. And Maggie comes along with deep institutional knowledge. She knows what makes OPA great and how to make us even better. And I appreciate that you get along with the staff and that you are student-centered.
I will echo all those sentiments, and just say it's exciting to meet OPA. We did a comprehensive search process, and Ms. Burdette was the right fit for us at this time. She brings stability, collaboration, and a strategic problem solver on top of everything else that's already been mentioned. So very excited to be at this point. And with that, should we make it official with a vote? All right. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? Welcome, Ms. Burdette, as our new effective. I invite you to say a few words.
I had something really well prepared until all of that, and I'm a little emotional, but just President Smith, members of the board, my amazing colleagues, thank you all so much for your support. It is true, I OPA is my home, it's my family. I love the staff, I love the students, I love the family. It's been such an amazing experience to be here. So I'm very excited to step into this new role and lead us into the next adventure that we have as OPA. And I'm excited to watch us innovate and excel as an organization. And again, I'm so honored to be in this position. So thank you so much for your support. And thank you all, because you really are the heart and soul of OPA. And thank you to everyone where the camera is in this room, online. I'm honored and blessed to serve you. So I'm here for the long haul, and I'm here to do whatever it needs to take to move this organization to the next level. We are elite, we are amazing, and we will continue to be that way. So thank you all. And I just really quickly wanted to just thank my family who's here tonight, because they are truly the backbone of why I'm here. My husband, Steve, my son, Cody, and my mom and dad, and Judy. So thank you all.
Hey, with that, let's party. Reset before we come back and then move into close. All right, welcome back. It is 6:47 PM and we will move to community input on closed session agenda items. Members of the public may comment on items listed on the closed agenda only. A speaker may not relinquish their time to another. Dr. Himmond, do we have any comments regarding the items listed under closed session?
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Ms. Burdette?
Not in the email.
Yeah, thank you.
Just checking in the room. Comments? Online? Okay, thank you. All right, closed session for discussion of possible action, the need, A, public employee appointment 54957, B, public employee discipline, dismiss or release 54957, C, public employee performance evaluation, executive director 54957, D, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation 54956.9, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subdivision B of section 54956.9, 3 cases, and E, conference with real property negotiators 54956.8. Dr. Shereen Smith is that negotiator at SOC 20,000 via Santa Maria, Mission Vale, California 92691, Middle School 22182, Barbara, Lagoon Hills, California 92653, and Saddleback Valley 22882, Vermont Drive, Lake Forest, California 92630. With that, we will move to closed session at 6:48 PM. Thank you. Welcome back. The meeting is being reconvened for session at 7:46 p.m. There's no action taken in closed session. Items for presentation and discussion, item A, dashboard, local indicators, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Henry.
Thank you, President Smith. Ms. Burdette really wanted to put on a big show tonight since this is her last time in the CAO position. So I'll be referring to her many times this evening, and we're going to start with A, dashboard, local indicators.
Okay, good evening, President Smith and members of the board and colleagues. So I am going to review tonight's OPA local indicators, which is part of the California School Dashboard reporting process. So these indicators provide insight into areas that are not measured through state testing alone. And these results help guide our LCAP and our continuous improvement efforts. So first of all, the dashboard provides a more complete picture of school performance than a single score. And it emphasizes continuous improvement, equity, and outcomes for all student groups. And our dashboard serves as an important tool for planning and decision-making through the LCAP process. So in California, they evaluate schools using 8 state priorities that address conditions of student learning, student outcomes, and engagement. Together, these priorities create a comprehensive framework for school improvement. And the local indicators we're reviewing tonight align directly with these priorities. So again, the dashboard results will help us identify strengths and areas for growth, and we combine dashboard data with local data to guide planning and resource allocation, and the process ultimately drives actions within our LCAP designed to improve student outcomes. So our state measures, these are the state indicators that measure student achievement, which attendance, suspension rates, college and career readiness, and they provide important outcome data about how our students are performing. And then the local indicators complement these measures by evaluating systems and practices that support student success. So our 5 local indicators focus on areas not fully captured through state assessments, and these include basic services, implementation of standards, parent engagement, school climate, and access to a broad course of study. So state law requires that district and charter schools assess and report progress on each local indicator annually, and the process will include reflection using state-approved tools and local evidence. And this ensures ongoing evaluation and continuous improvement. And I would just like to notify the board that OPA has met standard in all 5 local indicator areas. So the first local indicator is basic services, and this indicator evaluates teacher assignments, instructional materials, and facility conditions, and it aligns closely with our goals related to staffing and safe learning environments. So this is one of the tools that is used by the state to help us internally evaluate our progress, and OPA met the standard across all campuses. We reported 0 teacher misassignments, 0 shortages of instructional materials, and no facility deficiencies impacting our good repair standard. Our next local indicator is implementation of state standards. This indicator evaluates how effectively we implement California academic standards. It's focused on professional learning, instructional materials, and support systems for staff. And this work aligns directly with our goal of high quality teaching and learning. So in the first area, all schools reported strong implementation of professional learning related to state standard. Most ratings were at the highest level of implementation and sustainability. And any areas that were not at the highest level indicate opportunities to continue strengthening and sustaining professional learning efforts, which we will also talk about later this evening. The next implementation is instructional materials. And again, all campuses reported the highest rating in providing standard aligned instructional materials. Students and staff have access to the resources needed to support student learning, and this reflects strong curriculum alignment across our organization. Next, we have staff support and collaboration. OPA continues to provide systems that help teachers improve instruction through collaboration, feedback, and professional learning. Most ratings are at full implementation and sustainability. However, we will continue building consistent support structures across all campuses. And next we have academic programs. OPA also demonstrated strong implementation across health, physical education, visual and performing arts, and world language. And the middle school also received a very high rating for their career technical education implementation. And again, this is a reflection of our commitment to a well-rounded educational experience. And then we have our professional learning systems. OPA has established strong processes for identifying professional learning needs and supporting teacher growth. Ratings indicate very mature systems across our campuses, but we will continue to refine individualized support and coaching opportunities. Our next local indicator covers parent engagement, and this remains part of OPA's biggest strengths. This indicator evaluates how effectively we involve our families in decision-making and student success, and our strong partnership with our family is central to our mission. So looking at our relationships between school staff and families consistently report welcoming environments and strong communication, and staff have developed strong relationships with families across all of our campuses. As we look to build partnerships for student outcomes, OPA provides families with resources and opportunities to support learning at home. Families, conferences, and communication systems remain strong, but we always look for areas to continue to strengthen staff capacity to partner even more effectively with our families. In the area of seeking input for decision-making, families have multiple opportunities to provide feedback and participate in decision-making. We have advisory committees, surveys, and stakeholder meetings that support this work, and our goal is to continue increasing meaningful engagement from all family groups. Our next local indicator is school climate, and school climate measures how students perceive safety, belonging, and connectedness. And student voice is a very important part of our understanding of school culture, and our results help identify both strengths and opportunities for improvement. So we're going to separate the next few slides, look at each separate campus. So this is OPA Saddleback Valley. And at OPA Saddleback Valley, students report strong academic expectations, safety, positive learning environments, and supportive relationships. And they overwhelmingly want to succeed and feel encouraged by staff. And some areas for growth that we will explore include expanding access to challenging coursework and character building opportunities. At OPA South Orange County, students report strong academic support, positive school culture, and encouragement to do well. They generally feel safe and supported, and our opportunities for growth include increasing support when students are upset or improving perceptions regarding bullying and peer respect. And finally, at OPA Middle School, our students report high motivation, strong peer connections, and access to counseling support. These are very important strengths during their middle school years. But our key areas of growth include student perceptions of support, bullying response, fairness, and overall school climate. So overall, our actions in response to these areas of needs, we are using our survey results and also just student information and family feedback to guide improvement efforts. Some of these actions will include strengthening our MTSS and PBIS systems, also increasing our counseling access, expanding social emotional learning instruction, and improving bullying prevention and follow-up. And obviously our goal is to ensure that every student feels safe, supported, connected, and valued. The final local indicator is access to a broad course of study, and this indicator measures whether all students have equitable access to a comprehensive education program. Our focus is ensuring that every student has access to rigorous academics, enrichment opportunities, and appropriate supports regardless of their learning needs. And based on the state reflection tool, OPA has met this state standard for this local indicator. Of course, we are going to continue to monitor access. So we will be looking at areas of enrollment data, local assessment results, and participation in our electives and enrichment programs. We review our student data throughout the year by grade level teams, identifying any kind of barriers and instructional adjustments that need to be made. And our full inclusion model and MTSS framework help ensure that all of our students have equitable access to learning opportunities. As another part of this local indicator, all students do have access to the full core academic program with additional enrichment opportunities at every grade level. So our elementary students participate in STEAM, music, and world language, while middle school students have access to accelerated courses of study, CTE pathways, leadership opportunities, music, and other electives. We continue to expand our opportunities to make sure we are preparing our students for college, career, and lifelong success while ensuring access for our multilingual learners and students with special needs. Next, we have to identify any barriers preventing access to a broad course of study. So some of the options that we have looked at were really continuing to build teacher capacity to meet the diverse needs of all learners within our general education classrooms, which sometimes can be a challenge as we get new students every year. Our focus is to strengthen our instructional practices through professional learning in lesson design, differentiation, structured literacy, and a guaranteed and viable curriculum. And our efforts will help ensure our rigorous learning remains accessible for every student. So some actions moving forward, we're continuing to expand our professional learning. We're continuing to expand our MTSS framework, differentiation, and focus on multiple intelligences. Our elementary schools have implemented intervention cycles that provide targeted support while maintaining access to our core instruction. And the middle school has strengthened their career and technical education and elective opportunities, giving students more pathways to explore their interests while preparing for future success. So overall, OPA has met the standards in all required local indicators. Our data reflects many strengths across our organization, particularly in academics, family engagement, and operational systems. At the same time, we do have clear direction for continued growth, particularly around student belonging, emotional support, and school climate. So these findings will directly inform our ongoing LCAP work and strategic planning efforts in the future. Thank you. And are there any questions?
Wonderful.
Thank you. All right, the next item for presentation and discussion is uniform complaint procedures and Title IX annual update. Back to Mr. Beck.
No, I would just pass it to Ms.
All right.
Burnett.
I'm not gonna walk
She's in position.
It's a little awkward.
She stayed there.
No, I'll do it.
I have to.
Yes, it's a brief report.
Just got your steps in.
It's happened already. Hey, we just transition things, just.
So this is a fascinating compliance report that we provide to our board and our community annually. So our uniform complaints procedures is a state mandated process that we use to investigate and resolve any complaints. And in accordance with our California Code of Regulations, we are required to report the number of complaints each year and if there was any decisions or appeals made. So for the 25-26 school year, we had 4 complaints, 2 were UCP and 2 were Title IX, and we had a total number of 4 decisions made, none with findings, and we had 0 decisions appealed by complainants. Any questions? Sorry, there was no question slide on this one. I apologize.
All right.
0 at the bottom, sorry.
Thank you. All right, moving on to Oxford Preparatory Academy Board Policy Updates, Dr. Hinman.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. And I again am going to pass it to Ms. Burnett.
Thank you. So as we discussed in our last board meeting, we are slowly going through our board policies, presenting some first reads to the staff to make sure you have an opportunity to review them. So we're bringing 3 board policies forward this evening just as a first read for review. So the first board policy is regarding attendance and truancy, and based on YMC's recommendation, this is going to replace board policy 5113, which was student attendance. And this really just establishes expectations, procedures, and interventions to promote regular student attendance, reduce chronic absenteeism, and address truancy.
Oh, all right. I know I have a few questions. Could I jump in? All right. Let me get to my notes. On page 6. I just want to understand. Are we allowed to retain a student as a consequence of truancy alone? Or would it require some lack of academic progress related to the truancy?
So we can't require them to be retained, but we can look at all components. If they're not meeting their academic progress because of their attendance, it would be a conversation we would have with parents.
Because we say the following consequences for non-compliance with the SART team contract. One of the consequences could be B, student retention. So that
It's a possibility. We're not gonna, it's not an automatic requirement, but I can go back and also confer with YMC if that language needs to be changed. But this is the series of the possible consequences if a student is not attending school.
which again, just, curious, is it an eligible consequence based on truancy alone? And then. This is just a question where an advocate says they could lose their Blackwell's privileges. Would it be more helpful for the site teams if we made it more generic to say loss of participation in school incentive and recognition programs? And then an example could be Blackwell's, because then it kind of gives options. Looking at this kind of from an operations standpoint. And then. This is related to my first question. In item 6 on page 7. Again, it says, we could take action up to disenrollment for truancy. And so I just want to confirm, are we allowed to do that? And especially because the expulsion policy specifically states charter schools should not suspend or expel any student based solely on the fact that they are truant, charted, or otherwise absent from school activities. And I get suspend and expel aren't necessarily exactly disenrollment, but something there feels like it's conflicting.
I'll follow up with YMC on that one.
Thank you.
Yes.
And that's it for me. Others?
I'll go next.
Okay.
One thing, is, has this been aligned to the independent study policy?
So YMC was provided with all of our policies that they're supposed to be aligning, but if we need to go back and triple check that, I'm happy to do so.
Yeah, because it doesn't really reference independent study at all, but if you read the independent study policy, it talks about how you should encourage long-term independent study if you're gonna have excessive absences with certain circumstances. So I think it would be good to have it be aligned. That was my first comment. My second comment is on page 3, top of 2, under 3. It does not list mental health appointments, and I know that usually is something that is included now, so it's usually mental, dental, optometry, chiropractic, and mental health. It's missing that. So I don't know if you want to just word to, let's say, all health. And then, I know this is something that comes up, so I'm just gonna ask the question. Is parents that sign in their students late or sign out early or sign their students in late because they were coming from a doctor's appointment, are they considered tardy or not? Because it doesn't really address that in here. And I mean, the reality is are they tardy, but their parents are signing them in? You know what I mean? Like, because it talks a little bit about it, but it doesn't have it in. It doesn't clarify that from a tardy standpoint. And then there's formatting issues, so
We are continuing to work on formatting issues on some of these. Once we make all the edits, we sometimes have to copy paste into a brand new document. I didn't want to lose any content
No, I get
until
it.
we're
I get it.
fully formatted, so I do apologize for the formatting.
No worries.
Love Google.
I have, it says that we reward attendance. Is that so true?
Sorry.
The policy mentions that we might reward attendance. I know that is a thing that used to be true, and I was curious if that is still true.
But would you be wanting to take away that option? Whether it's in practice or not, but I mean, I'm thinking policy wise, would you want to retain that option even if they don't currently have
Yes.
incentive program?
Yes.
Okay, just.
Sorry, I have notes in 2 places. Can you help me understand the difference between habitual tardy and chronic tardy?
So based on the definition.
Truant, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, chronic truant.
Yes.
So habitual tardy is when it's consecutive, like more than 3 times in the same school year, without a valid excuse for 5 days or more than any 30-minute period. Chronic truant, they kind of go hand in hand. It's the first step, and then chronic truant is if they're absent without a valid excuse for 10%. So you might not reach that threshold initially, because you could have 3 days later in the year and it's not 10% of your total days. So it really depends on where those absences fall in the school year. That's why some of our families, if there's significant absences in the first month of school,
might be notified that they're potentially chronically truant because there's only been so many days of school. It's very limited. And so it's over 10% of the current active school days.
Truancy letter. So for on the third instance, you get letter number 1. And then is 4th and 5th the same letter? Because when you get to 6th, you get letter number 2.
Are you on page
I'm
seven?
on page 7. 2 at the top says on your third instance, you get truancy letter number 1. This letter will be resent 4th and 5th. Is it exactly the same letter?
Yes.
Okay. And then it does that letter. Has it been updated to meet the requirements required in Ed Code 48260.5?
I will check on that again, because this was the first read from YMCA on the policy, and then anything that this would trigger, we'll go back and make sure everything is aligned.
Great. That's all I've got.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
You know, philosophically, just have to share. I've always struggled with tardy attendance because we historically hammer kids. It's not kids' fault.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if they're being brought late, how's that a kid's fault?
Well, I mean, truancy, you can be truant from a period, like let's say middle schoolers should get truant for second. Oh, I can gauge.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
But the younger,
they're not
I agree with you.
kids are go to the park. It's minimal to the one where, you know, kids are begging mom, I gotta, you know, I gotta go to school on time, I'm gonna get a triple whammy. And so I've always tried to focus back on the issue, which is parents gotta get your kids to school on time. Sorry.
You're good. So the next policy we are looking at is revisions to our current board policy 5144.1. So this is a current policy that was reviewed by YMC with updates and revisions in accordance to law and ed code. So this is establishing procedures and grounds and due process protections for student suspensions, expulsions, and involuntary removals and readmissions. And it does align with the current California law. And again, I'm open to input and questions on this policy as well.
I have some, but I'll let someone else go first this time.
Okay, I just have one question. On page 5, the independent assessment at public expense, the paragraphs below the header says that if a parent disagrees with an assessment conducted by the charter school in the last 2 years, and I was curious where that 2-year stipulation came from.
Are you on which page are you on? I'm sorry.
Page 5. Under B.
Are we on suspension and expulsion? I'm not seeing it.
I'm sorry, I don't see the on page.
I'm on the wrong policy, so ignore me.
You're going with, I'm sorry, I was
So you're right.
You go to.
I'm good. Yeah.
Okay, my only question is on page 7, second to last paragraph. It says, the executive director or designee shall ensure a parent or guardian voluntarily have their private health insurance pay for the cost of the IDE if covered by their insurance. Can we really ensure that? And would it be better to state something like shall inform the parent guardian that they may voluntarily?
You're on the same wrong policy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because
What I did.
Because we're reading
Oh,
right here,
or-
and
Sorry, can we switch to the other one?
I do have a suspension.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll come back to
Okay.
suspension.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I knew what you were talking about, but we're good. Okay, so let's go to special education. This is our newborn policy. And so I'm happy.
Page 7.
Page 7.
Second to last paragraph. It says we're gonna ensure the parent voluntarily use their health insurance. And I'm not sure if we can do that. So I'm saying we'd inform them that they can voluntarily use it.
Yes, so I'm,
Alternative language.
I will put language back into YMC to see what their legal
Yeah.
wording for that is.
Thank you.
Yes.
And if it has to be that way, it has to be. I just don't know how we can ensure it. And then I sent you some other just consistency and language use things to.
Okay, mine
Yes.
was page 5.
You were on page 5.
I was curious about the 2-year caveat.
Yes, so the 2-year caveat, it's a timeline for requesting an IEP at public expense. It's not a standalone statutory provision, and this is again coming from just some input from YMC. And it comes from the interactions of a few different sources, and the core rule is in the IDEA regulations establishes the right to an independent educational evaluation at public expense when a parent disagrees with the LEA's evaluation. But that regulation doesn't itself set a 2-year window. The 2-year figure comes from the IDEA statute of limitations for due process complaints, which require a party to request due process hearing within 2 years of when they knew or should have known about the violation. So since the LEA's obligation to either fund the IEE or file for due process to defend its evaluation is triggered by the parent's request, courts and hearing officers have generally tied the window for requesting a funded IEE to that same 2-year limitation. And it says in California Education Code 56505 mirrors the 2-year IDEA limitation for due process.
Okay. Because the IEE code from California doesn't give the 2-year stipulation, but I guess it makes sense if you're doing that, then to file due process, if there's a limitation on due process, 2 years makes sense. I have another question. Page 6 says all assessments shall be completed by persons competent to perform the assessment as determined by the charter school. Parent has the right to choose the examiner. I found this wording to be confusing. And maybe there needs to be more clarifying language, like parent guardian may choose any qualified examiner meeting the charter school's lawful IEE criteria. I also had the same question about covering health insurance costs. And then I have 2 more questions. Are we required to mention child find obligations?
It's not required to.
Okay, and then it doesn't mention dispute resolution. Should that go in here?
Yes, so the policy is not required to include dispute resolution information, so it was intentional.
Okay. That's all I got.
I only have one thing. Mine is regarding emergency or COVID. My understanding is that when we were gonna redo this policy, we're going to add language about how this policy goes into effect given emergency, i.e. COVID or other type of emergencies. That was something that I know that there's ed code that now addresses, so this should be in our policy.
And we'll revisit that as well.
Is that only applicable to?
Special ed, there's special ed requirements because of you have an IEP, they have to handle it differently.
Well, I don't doubt that. I just meant if there's special provisions for this policy, I
Yeah.
wonder if there might be for others. That
I just know for special ed, I just know because that was a big deal when COVID happened.
We'll follow up on that for sure.
Now you can finally talk about
Question and
extension. All right, Betsy, do you want this or? Brenda?
Give me a second.
I have nothing, so.
Okay, I can start. I only have on page 13, no right to appeal. It just ends with decision to expel shall be final, which I understand. I'm just wondering though, since someone still appeal for like through a uniform complaint process or some other legal process. So I just wondered if we should say something like it's final within our administrative process. Just to be specific, or maybe we don't need to be, so just something to ask there. And then. Same questions from before about. Involuntary removal for truancy. Because again, it's conflicts within this same policy, it says we won't suspend or expel a student based solely on the fact of truancy. That was it for me.
My one question would be on page 4, can we include vape pens in each?
Sorry, one more time.
And on page 4,
Yeah.
can we include vape pens in each?
Yes, so we did look into that. They said because it was inclusive of anything containing tobacco or nicotine products, it included that. But for the nature of this, we can include that just to call it out because it's a common language now. So they said it's really up to us to include it or not to include it.
Got it? Good. Great. The first read. Thank you. Okay, moving on to items for discussion and action, part 2. We have approval of 26-27 district budget and multi-year financial projections. I'm making a motion in a second.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I'll second. Sorry.
All right. Dr. Hinman.
In the last board meeting, the board had an opportunity to have an open hearing and presentation on this item. We feel it's ready to move forward. That being said, we do have Charter Impact. Jamila is here, answer any questions you might have. And also, I'm going to take this opportunity to introduce to you Heidi Rodriguez. So Heidi, would you give a big wave? Welcome, Heidi. Heidi is our new director of fiscal services. She comes to us with over 19 years of experience specializing in school business accounting. She has a BS in accounting and a master's in business administration. She will also be attending the University of Southern California to complete the school business management certificate program designed for educational leaders to simulate a year in the life of a school district in business. She brings with her a passion for integrity, transparency, and commitment to financial literacy. And I will just tell you, without reading a script, she's a delight. She comes into work positive every day, and it's kind of like, what can I attack today? Eager to learn, eager to move, and we're very blessed to have her. I will say the person that really felt strongly about her as well is our Doc Lewis, who's not with us, but he gave her a big thumbs up too, which goes a long way, I know, with this group. So welcome to you.
Thank you so much.
And with that being said, we have again, Jamila's here, Sharina's here. Any questions? But we think we're ready for approval.
I would just like to note for the record, the current budget, are we gonna get a presentation or are we?
Well, nothing more than we had the
Okay.
last 2 weeks.
I would just like to note that this budget still doesn't have the salary increases.
Mhm.
So we just need to make sure to keep track of that. So at first interim, we shore up that big change.
I can assure you that Jenny is all over that.
Why don't we, Jenny?
Yes, we'll be bringing that back for our July meeting for sure.
Thank you.
But
Or August.
Any other questions or discussion? All right, move to vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? All right. Approval of 2026-2027 local control and accountability plan for Oxford Preparatory Academy, South Valley, South Orange County, and Middle School. And may I get a motion in a second?
I'll motion.
I'll second.
Okay, and Dr. Hinman?
again, I think we've had presentation on that as well. I think we're ready for approval.
Any questions? Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? All right, motion passes. Item C, professional learning communities. May I get a motion in a second?
I'll motion.
I'll second.
All right, Dr. Hinman?
Thank you, President Smith. Before I do that, I just want to wave at Jamila up there and say thank you for checking in and being here and being prepared, but you did such great work last time that we were able to approve it right out the chute. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. You all have a good day. Bye-bye.
So this next item we're very excited about. You had a little preview at the last meeting, looking at the professional learning communities implementation in the Oxford Preparatory Academy. We're going to go a little bit more in depth this time. Presenters will be Mr. George Knights and Ms. Burdette, who have been spearheading this. And we're looking for approval. Approval on this item would in fact give us your blessing to move forward and begin the implementation process. I want to tell the board, as you know, that this isn't a one and done, we'll see you in a year. The board would be part of this process all the way through, including our new board members as well. So we'll be reporting back consistently, constantly informing you. And with that being said, I'm looking forward to turning it over to Ms. Burdette and Mr. Knights.
We're tag team.
All right, good evening. So tonight we are really excited to move on from our June 11th presentation. And this is the plan that is responding to the data that we were able to present. And really our purpose tonight is to talk about improving instruction, strengthening our PLC process, growing our leadership, and really building that true internal capacity across our OPA campuses. So kind of just a quick recap of the June 11th board presentation. We looked at a couple things. We definitely have strong overall performance in OPA, but there are signs of inconsistency and lack of coherence across schools, grade levels, claims, and very specific details within our assessment data. So really, there's a couple questions we're answering tonight, like why are those inconsistencies here? And where can we really focus on this improvement process? No. I lost you, Jose.
Sorry.
Oh, wait, hold on.
There we go.
Wait, there you go. Perfect.
Okay, so I'll sound like a broken record as I say that OPA as a system is high performing, and you'll hear that last presentation, and you're going to hear it again tonight. So it's rough when you're so high performing that you also have the desire to improve, but where and how and why? So I think that four conditions exist when it comes to improvement. And that's much better than change, because when you ask people to change, they ask why. Oftentimes people resist change. But when these conditions exist, that you have a compelling reason, and we think we've seen a compelling reason in the data, and we have more data tonight for you, that if they have trust in their leaders, and I think there's strong trust in the leadership at OPA overall, if they're presented with a doable model, and that's really the end of our presentation tonight, to show you that doable model that we've come up from our experience together. I come to OPA as an interim for a dean, and I was asked to come for a month and a half, and I ended up being asked to stay for 5. But it gave me a unique opportunity to be part of the system and to really see and hear and feel what the OPA system is, and get to know the champions, get to know the professors. So I thank you, one, for the opportunity that you gave me to do that. And I stand in somewhat of a unique position from my experience to be able to say that if we do these three things, the results will follow. This mine or yours? Okay, so I already said this, the why and the where. So we're going to do a deeper dive, and we're going to look into some climate and culture data at first, and then we'll also talk about a focus group that we met with a group of teachers and the leaders, the professors. So we're excited to kind of share that data with you as well, because I think you'll see that it agrees with last board meeting's presentation as well, the accountability data. So here's what we found.
So just to set the context, we did do a very comprehensive climate survey for our staff, both classified and certificated, and our leaders, our students, and our families. This is not the comprehensive analysis of that data. That will come a little bit later, but we pulled some of this data to really set the why and really set the grounds for why we are really ready for this next improvement plan that we're going to be talking about tonight. So one of the areas that we looked at was active participation and engagement. So some of the questions that were asked, they're phrased a little bit differently depending on the group that was focused on. So our families were asked, is my child encouraged to participate and stay involved in class? And professors were asked, do I design lessons for champions actively talk, move, and participate? And as you can see, the data is very similar. So there is a very strong perception that we are actively engaging our students. However, when we start to look at the champion data, we see a little bit of a gap. So their question was, does my professor give lessons where I get to talk, move, and participate in class? So we see a little bit of a family gap, just a little bit, and then our professor gap from the champions. So obviously what this is telling us is the perception of our families and our professors is a little bit different than the champions that are sitting in the classroom. So this really starts to speak to the fact that we need to look at our engagement strategies. We need to really look at our lesson design. How are we engaging the students? Are we checking for understanding? Are we having active participation in class? And are we calling it out and being very intentional and very consistent across all of our classrooms, our grade levels in our classrooms?
And being the broken record that I am, we're still talking about high favorability. So we're looking at the champions even saying that 73% of them, but that still means there's some improvement with 25% of our champions who would like to see a little bit more engagement. And engagement probably is one of the instructional strategies that is the low-hanging fruit of improvement when it comes to instruction.
Can I ask, sorry,
Yep.
before you move to the next? What was the response rate? Families, from professors?
And we'll give you exact numbers, but from the top of my head,
Yeah.
that next, I don't know when we're doing the
We're
climate
trying to
survey.
do all of it, like, we're still analyzing all the data,
Okay.
but we had a pretty high percentage rate of.
So the families, which was the highest number of respondents, was in the family group, and it was almost 50%. And when you go to climate surveys,
Mhm.
they're not highly participated in, especially from when I did this at public schools, like 10%. It was not very good, but if you get 10%, you're kind of happy with that. Polls and things like that don't get 50%. So OPA families are very participatory, and 50% is excellent. So we had great participation from the families. The professors was high 80s, and the champions was even higher. So
What grades did you use for champions?
third and up.
Yeah, third and
Okay.
up. That's the same grades that we use for testing, so we figured they could give us an accurate response. And also to go back to the family participation, we haven't teased out some of that too, is overall number of students in OPA. And we have lots of siblings. So that was a little bit more difficult to tease out, but it's something we can look at in the future. So in all, it was a good response by our community.
When you come back with the teasing, can you show us that participation rate?
Yes.
Disaggregated by school?
Yes.
Yes,
Thank you.
it's already done.
Okay.
It's ready. The presentation is almost done. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Executive Director.
And you, yeah.
Okay, so clarity of expectations, these are like learning targets and being clear about your objective. And if your objective, it really sets the stage for checking for understanding, because am I meeting my learning target? So families were 87%, professors were at 100% that they, and I'll let you read the questions so we can move a little bit faster through some of these to get to the actual plan. But it's things like expectations in the classroom. Does my child know those expectations? So the champions said 78%. So here again, we see a similar high performance, but there's some room for improvement. And the gap is 8.7 for the families and 21 for the professors.
The next question that really kind of guides some of this plan is just feedback. So do the families know how their child is doing in class? Do the professors feel that they're really understanding that their grading practices are really reflective of what the students can do or know? Then the champions, again, we see a little bit of discrepancy here, a little lower for the family, 78, still strong participation, high for our professors, and our champions are, now we see kind of like, I don't know if I know that I'm being really communicated to with how I'm doing in class. And again, this goes to a little bit of understanding of, is that the grade that I'm getting, or is it true in the moment formative feedback in terms of day-to-day, what am I doing in that moment on how I'm performing? So again, we see the gap in families, see a little bit of the professor gap. And so this really starts to point to another area of improvement. What are we doing in terms of that formative assessment, feedback cycles? And we're not just waiting till final grades are posted in a grade book or on a report card. So I want to know how I'm doing and progressing on a day-to-day basis. So again, this is another area that we're looking at in terms of how this PLC plan can strengthen this feedback.
Timely and frequent feedback is one of the key indicators of learning from both Marzano and Hattie. The research is pretty strong in that area. So now we get into a different set of questions from the climate survey, and these are single questions and only asked of the professors. So now we're looking at favorable and unfavorable rather than respondent to respondent, like professor to champion. So enjoying collaboration with other professors, you see it highly favorable. Collaborative teams are important for champion success. Professors are highly favorable. And almost no gap from unfavorable or not. And if you ever see a difference in the totaling of 100%, it's because they all have the Likert scale neutral or I don't know. So we give people that option to make it a valid survey. Sorry. So teamwork is better than working alone. Our professors, they agree. My main team is an effective collaborative team. Now we see a little bit of an unfavorable response. And it's only 5.2% had an unfavorable response. And when you see the comments from the focus group, you'll understand more. And then common assessments are important, 80%, and I don't know, it's probably 5. I can't see it because can you see it on there?
It says 0.
It says 0?
Yeah.
Okay, well, great. Then so click to the next slide. So you have a couple of areas. So collaborative team and the common assessments.
Jose, can we go to the next slide?
Yep.
There you go. Oop, back, there you go.
So what we heard in the focus group was these responses. I don't know that our teachers know how to PLC, and I think they mean collaboratively on the improvement cycles, the ongoing meeting as a team. And I would even suspect that that's grade level teams or common course teams at the middle school. They say we know how to meet together, but that's not a real PLC. It's not just meeting and talking about student behavior or talking about how you're going to do a common formative assessment. It's a specific, let's get better on purpose type of a cycle. Assessment follow, we give assessments, we grade them, we put them in the grade book and we move on, but we don't go back. And that's a key piece of meeting together, is to go back and make sure that the gaps that a student has in any assessment or the skills that you're trying to teach is either corrected or improved, or so you don't just keep moving on and covering things. You need to go back and change things as they go. And that's that third question in the what do we do if they're not learning? Structure, they've asked for structure, they ask for protocols. They don't want to get bird walked in their collaborative teaming. You can't just ask teachers to go thou and collaborate. That you have to have something that gets them to collaborate on purpose and to have mechanisms and systems that are in place. So as you'll see, the readiness is high. They all believe this is the right move. It's just they're doing the best with what they know. And if you don't have some structure in there, then it's hard to improve.
So in the same line, we looked at professional learning needs. So this was a key feedback. So they're just saying that I don't know if the PD that's being offered is actually helping me improve in my classroom. I'm getting information, I'm learning things, but I don't know that I'm improving in my actual day-to-day instruction. So again, looking at our focus group, it was eye-opening. So in just some human language, they're looking for modeling. They want to go watch someone, especially our newer teachers. Like, I don't know what questions to ask, but if I have a strong companion that I can walk in and say, can I watch you do it? It's much easier to understand. Or can you come see me do it? And then I can practice it. It's really job embedded. Then I improve. And again, it goes back to the next one. It's like, it's one thing to know it and say, I watched this person say this is a great strategy, but to be able to actually use it with fidelity, it's a challenge. I understand it. I understand why it's an important strategy, but actually doing it and having my students engage with me, because I may or not be implementing it correctly. Again, having someone that they can see and watch and have that modeling. Again, the cute one was, as a newer teacher, I was just a lost puppy. I had this great resource. Small groups were really working in my colleagues' classrooms, but I didn't know how to do them. So it was very eye-opening to have that kind of, vulnerability to offer someone to come in and say, can you just watch me do it and just tell me what's going on a little bit different? So again, it's this eagerness that says they want this, they want it job embedded, they want the modeling, they want to practice it, they don't want the one-offs. They really want to do something on a regular basis that is improving their instruction.
And they shouldn't be on their own to do this. If a new teacher should not, we should go to them and teach them the OPA way. We should teach them what we do in instruction and how we are going to improve. So I think that the professors are craving this type of professional development that they're articulating it. It's not present for them. We do at OPA, and I've watched professional development happening all year. And we had many times when we built this whole place and we had professional development. And I think that they appreciated getting together with their colleagues. I think that learning by doing and job embeddedness is professional development on steroids. It's better. I think they learn more. It's the person who's doing the talking in adult learning theory is the one who's doing the learning. I think it's true for kids too, but I think particularly with adults, if we got to get them talking to each other, and we have to find a way to get them to see modeling. So leadership confidence, and I have to say that, when you have something that says, my chance was an effective instructional leader, and 51%, I wish it were 100, 26 are unfavorable, then the dean, effective instructional leader, 44 and 10, there's gaps there. And I have to say, I was the dean, so I have to take a little bit of responsibility for some of that number. However, I was shoulder to shoulder with a couple of the principals, not so much Adam, but I know him and I've talked to him, and they're busy, and the tyranny of the urgent is real, and the whirlwind is very difficult when you're juggling so many things at a time. And OPA moves. There's a something happening every day in OPA, and they're all awesome things. So the students get a lot. People are working really hard. And I think your leaders, they're well respected. So I wouldn't be too worried about that. What I think is that they need some leadership coaching as well. They need some professional development as well. Some thought partner to help to build some of the decision-making, collective decision-making processes and running meetings that are PLC-like meetings. It's not easy. It just doesn't happen by default. You have to get better at these things on purpose. And that's what I hear from leaders. So you can read the responses. They want to do right by kids. Coaches and intervention coaches are very important people. So we're hearing a lot of the things that you would see inside the plan. I want people to work together and not feel like if I try something and fail, that it's bad. We have to give them safe spaces to learn. So, and I love this one. This is the way. It's like the Mandalorian. And there's a lot to that. It used to be the Borg, if you remember Star Trek. Resistance is futile. So this is the way, but is there a pathway to have everyone reinforce the essential ways of OPA? And that was the sentence. The essential ways of OPA. Do we have that pathway? And I think it's there. I just think it needs to become visible.
So overall, we saw 4 very clear areas. We need consistent collaboration. So it needs structure. And we need our professional learning to be very job embedded and very intentional. Our leadership needs a very clear path, and they need to be trained up in terms of how to support the teachers and how to manage their day-to-day, how do I manage operations and actually leading these PLC teams. And finally, we need that coherence. It's again, we need consistent instruction across all of our classrooms, and we need a structure and protocol in order to make sure that we have that.
One of my favorite quotes by Michael Pollan. So capacity building, and you're going to hear this, it's an echo in me. Capacity building, which is this plan is all about, is not just workshops and professional development for all. Sit and get. It's the daily habit of working together. And you can't learn this from a workshop or a course. You need to learn it by doing it. and having mechanisms for getting better at it on purpose. I think that says everything, and ta-da. Yes, there, so there's the plan.
Here's the plan.
You can't read that, so we're gonna blow that up.
It's fairly quickly, but really this is the plan. There's layers of this plan. There's 4 layers we're gonna go through. And we really, the heart of it is just that internal intentional capacity at the school. Can they sustain it? It's not someone coming in, telling them how to do it, and then they leave and it goes away. It's can we build that internal capacity just so it's continuous and it lasts. And anyone coming in or going out, that is the OPA way. And so anyone coming in knows this is how we do things at OPA. And this is the expectation. And this is how we're serving our students and serving each other as a staff.
I like to think of it as soil. So a professional learning community in its basic function is its soil. And best practices are things like the OPA charter. I mean, you have seeds that you throw on the soil, and if it's fertile, then those seeds are going to grow. So multiple intelligences, sentence framing, and mind mapping, the champion profile are all ideas that we bring, and if we do them with fidelity, they will grow. But it grows best in this type of soil. So the 4 layers we will get to. So hop over to the next thing. Was this me or you?
You can go.
Okay, so it's about building internal capacity. And it's around these ideas of refining collaborative teams, supporting site leadership, strengthening the overall professional learning community in an ongoing, sustainable way. So sustainable is the key, and sustainable and not expensive over time, because it should be less and less expensive as the culture grabs it and embeds it into their way of doing. So the OPA way becomes supported through this mechanism and this system that doesn't have to be expensive year after year because they end up doing it themselves. So we don't want just to hire coaches all the time, you know, our superstar teachers to do all the work. It should be embedded in each teacher so that each teacher is built up. And what it does is it brings up instructional strategies that it exposes some that are not consistent, and for others, it builds that capacity.
So we're going to quickly go through the 4 layers. So one of the layers is really the heart of it. It's that instructional improvement process, which we're talking about. So it's really like looking at our support team, our chancellor, our dean, our PLC coaches that we are training up. It's making sure that we're really focused on high quality lesson design. That seems simple, but if that's inconsistent, then all of this falls apart. So we really need to make sure that all of our professors, all of our staff understand what that high quality lesson design. Are they using research-based strategies? Are they using them consistently? Are they teaming together to make sure all of the students within a grade level in a school are getting the same types of strategies and coherent instruction? And finally, are they clearly communicating learning targets? Are their kids engaged? Are they checking for understanding? And really our goal is, as part of this, is going through learning cycles and coaching cycles. And for one of our goals in this process is that by year 1, every teacher on every campus will have participated in at least 2 learning cycles to actually practice the work and actually do the work. Not just hear about it, not just learn about it, but do the work. And then another layer is just that ongoing professional development. So this is what we said, not the one-offs, not the sit and gets, but really, is it job embedded? Am I learning by doing? Am I going out and doing learning rounds? Am I doing lesson studies? Lesson studies meaning as a team, we design a lesson and then I'm going to teach it and you're going to give me feedback. Then you're going to teach it, we're going to give you feedback, and we're going to refine that lesson as a team so that we're sure that that instruction is coherent and that we're all understanding what's working, what's not working. And again, this is not evaluated. The whole purpose of this is to work as peers and to learn from each other and have someone guiding that work and giving feedback. But it doesn't feel like someone's coming in and evaluating, because it's okay to not do well the first time, but you got to build on that. And then finally, part of this is any new staff has that natural onboarding. We're understanding this is the OPA way. This is how we team together. This is how we learn together. This is how we plan together and actually do the lesson design for our students every day. And so again, after a year or 2, this rhythm of that constant ongoing professional development is just embedded in what we do. There is a clear, consistent cycle on how we're learning, how we're growing, and how we're refining our practices.
they'll get a lot of PD. They'll get a little bit of brain and how the brain learns, especially for children and for our champions. So and it's all based in your typical lesson design, but sometimes it needs to be reviewed. And sometimes some of these instructional strategies like repetition or primacy recency, there's heavy research that is excellent and they should know it. So there'll be some things that we just need to teach them, but even that teaching is learning by doing. There'll be the kids in the classroom and the consultant, the facilitator, he's brilliant. I've seen him do it dozen times through a whole district, Newport Mesa. And it is excellent PD. And teachers say this is the best PD I've ever been in because they learn it by doing it. And he's magic. He's my mentor, and he's just kind of a guru. So and you'll get to see it. Join us because it's just fascinating how the brain learns, and it's all based in that.
Can I ask a question related to that, or you prefer we wait till the end? Just because it's
You might
tied
as
to
well
what
now.
you just said. I've been thinking a lot about positive cognitive performance. And I know I'm preaching to the choir, but we know that and behavior are correlated to active learning opportunities, students
Right.
feeling safe and cared about in the classroom.
That's right.
And those things are often much more effective, again, for cognitive performance than fear or discipline-based approaches. So I'm wondering, will this process be inclusive of creating that understanding, first of all, and then the conditions that our professors need to rely less upon the latter?
I think so. I mean, a good lesson engages students in a way that behavior problems disappear. So, and teachers, when they see that, it really is, you have a lot less behavior issues, a lot less need for support in a classroom when students are engaged and the pacing is intelligent and designed to meet the age of the student, because you're just going to have different pacing at different grade levels. So I think all of that does kind of work together. In the places that I've seen this happen, Newhart Middle School, we dropped our referral rate 50% from classrooms when teachers began just learning this one thing, checking for understanding and learning targets. When you do those types of things, and those are just basic, good instruction, and teachers know it, but sometimes they need to be reminded. Retention pyramids, the teachers will learn that again. So we go back to the basics, and those basics do help in classroom management as well.
Awesome.
I'm not sure if I answered your question.
You did, and I would also just put a plug for, I know, there's the new PK3 credential. And I'm not sure if we have any teachers with that credential, but I would lean into looking about the outcomes and the learning that go into that particular credential for that grade span of students. How that incorporated for those teachers that, are in those grade levels with us.
Yeah, boy.
I mean,
Engagement.
the science shows there's special things that really can help students in that age range, and
Everybody should be a kindergarten teacher,
yeah.
at least for a year. You would be so much better.
It's amazing. There's magic happening in this.
It's a gesture and a song for everything.
I think this is you.
Okay, so purposeful learning teams, oftentimes teachers call this PLCs. And it basically is your common course, your main team that you work with. And I think of them as common course for the middle school or grade level team for the elementary. And it's natural here because you have 3 to 4 teachers in every grade level. That's perfect for teaming. But they need to be focused. So there's lots of protocols, plan, do, study, act, what now, they're stop doing, keep doing. There's lots of things that we've thrown at teachers, but teachers need to collectively agree to building it. That's part of the leadership piece of this, where we will work with the principals to help to do kind of consensus type of agreements so that teachers buy in, not just buy in, but own. I think ownership is way better than buy-in, and they will learn how to work together based on a collectively agreed to process that they will continuously do over and over and over, rinse and repeat. And so it's not on, hey, well, what are we gonna do today? And that's the go thou and collaborate. Now it's, this is what we do, and we do it every time, because this is the OPA way. And that's what I think is missing.
And I want to just dive in because this goes back to your question. Is part of the key to these teams, it's not talking about what am I teaching tomorrow? Why aren't the kids getting it? What are they doing wrong? What do I do with this kid? It's what am I doing as the teacher, as the professor? How is my instruction impacting whether it's a successful lesson, not a successful lesson? Are they understanding? Do they know what I'm trying to get them to do by the end of this lesson? And again, that looks different at every grade level, but it's critical. It's critical that we're looking at our instructional practices, not just, well, the kid didn't get it. I don't know. We'll have to reteach them 5 times. Well, no, I can reteach them in the same way 5 times, but if my instruction is not coherent and appropriate for that age level, for that lesson, it's rinse and repeat and it's not going to change.
And I think we've talked about this quite a bit, but this really is the engine that drives it. And I think it's the missing piece at almost every school district that I've worked in, is that we just assume that the chancellors and the deans know everything always. I think we have to give them support, and we have to make a. So we will be establishing weekly leadership coaching with admin, and we'll also be helping them to launch guiding coalitions, which is a group of teachers led by the principal, but in collective decision making. So this all integrates, and it's all of 4 layers that's connected. So nothing just on its own, go down and collaborate, that's over. We can't accept that as a strategy. It's not a mechanism, it's not a system. It's just you're hoping. We don't want to leave it to just hoping. We want improvement to happen on continuously improving cycles.
So this goes back to something that we mentioned a couple of weeks ago, is the OPA promise. It's really, we do want students and parents to come here because we're high in academic achievement, but ultimately we want people to come to OPA because there's no other place like it. So we really need the strategy to make sure we're improving instruction. We're supporting our professors, supporting our chancellors and deans. We're building future leaders in the organization. And really that OPA promise is visible in every classroom. Any classroom you walk into, it is OPA. It is the OPA way.
This is the way.
This is the way. So again, this is kind of the overall plan. We're looking for coherence. We're looking to just build up our staff, take good to great and elevate continuously, and just make sure that that is that continuous improvement cycle. And we're always looking for ways to be better. So thank you. And again, we welcome any questions that you have that you didn't get answered during the presentation.
Any questions? I can't help myself. I don't have another question, but I have a comment. I'm just really excited because I think this initiative reflects our commitment to continuous improvement. And I think it's going to impact our ability to ensure every student has equitable access to learn high quality learning experiences, right, at every site. And I also see it as complementary to our recent compensation increases. Because truly this is another investment in what I believe is our greatest asset, said it before, and that's humans. So I'm very excited and thank you for all the work you put into designing this. That's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion on the floor. Actually, yeah. All right, move to vote then. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? And any abstentions? All right. Get it done.
Flag is up.
Yeah.
Okay, 2027, 2028 school calendar process and proposed calendar. And Dr.
Thank you, President Smith. the board is aware of this process. They've seen the attachments. We're asking for approval.
All right, may I get a motion and a second?
I'll motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. And are there any questions or comments?
I was just gonna comment, thank you for surveying the stakeholders, their input on this is helpful in understanding, where our extra week during the winter lies, and we value their.
I love how much they wanted to keep Fridays. I thought that was hilarious.
I couldn't summarize all of the comments, but it was continuous.
I did think it was interesting that overall, sorry if I don't get this completely correct, it was about a 50-50 split in terms of keep, change. It's just there wasn't agreement on what the change would be. So I mean, obviously that means to keep it, but it was still interesting to me that it was still half and half pretty much. So anyway, any other comments, questions? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? All right, motion passes. E, 2026-2027 consolidated applications for federal funding, and may I get a motion and a second?
A motion.
I'll second.
All right, and Dr. Hinman, anything on this one?
Thank you, Dr. Smith. No, this is coming back at you again, for the second time. I think everything has been put in order and we're asking for approval.
All right, any discussion or questions?
No, thank you for checking the numbers.
All right, with that, move to the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? Motion passes. F, approve Education Protection Act, resolution number 2026. Need to read this, this is regarding general purpose state, this is the right one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, general purpose state aid funding appropriate for local education agencies. From the floor over to Dr. Hinman.
Thank you, President Smith. Before the board meeting tonight is resolution number 2602. Upon board approval, this resolution attests that monies received from the education protection account shall be spent as required by law, specifically Article 8, Section 36. Its primary purpose is to ensure that tax revenues directly support classroom instruction as required by Prop 30 and Prop 55.
All right, thank you. So at this time, I will open the floor to public comment on this item. Do we have any public comment cards or digital requests?
See that?
Not that I see in the email.
Okay, thank you.
Any in the room? Any online? All right, seeing none, I will close the public comment on this resolution. And I'll bring the item back to the board for discussion or questions. Have any questions, comments? We can motion. We can do that next. All right, with that, can I get a motion in a second?
A motion.
I'll second.
And again, any questions or comments? All right. Cool, that's you, okay, thank you. All right, I have to do roll call vote, member Smith, aye, member Fryler, aye, member Travis.
Aye.
All right. We approve education protection act plans. Can I get a motion in a second?
A motion.
I'll second.
All right, Dr. Hinman, anything on this one?
Just approval. You've had the open the hearing and the discussion, and we're asking for approval.
Comments or questions? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? And passes. All right, H, approval of board policy 5131.8, cell phones, smartphones, pagers, and other electronic signaling devices policy. This is the second read. May I get a motion in a second?
A motion.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. And then, Dr. Hinman.
Took the information from the last first read into the second read, and we're bringing it forward for approval.
questions or comments? Updates?
I do think we need to have a designated area for the kids to put the cell phone that did not make it into this, whether it's their backpack or cubbies. I think you need to just have a designated area. So even if you put in there a designated area, there just needs to be something. Cause that's one of the biggest things that I've been reading about that kids have been struggling with.
So we don't disagree, but this is just a umbrella policy.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
our intent is to internally put that into place.
Okay,
I mean, we could put it in there, but the main intent of this, again, is to set the policy.
okay, that's
Then
fine.
institutionally, we can make that decision at the
Okay.
school sites.
That's fine. As long as kids know where it is and it's
Right.
very clear, that's all that's gonna matter.
We're fully aware of that.
And I think the policy got updated to say, according to whatever the administrative practices, so they just
Okay.
need to be clear then at the site level what that is, right? I did have one comment, I'm sorry, I have to pull it up. So that's on the red line. I think there was such one. On page 1. I think there was an accidental red line in the second sentence. Shall have a student who is found to be violating this policy, it just ends at surrender. And I think it's supposed to be surrender the device. And not have that red lined out, and then to the front office, it's red lined out.
So noted, and we will still ask for approval with that accepted change.
All right, so when we get, there's no other amendments, a new motion or amended motion in second. I'll amend my motion.
I'll second.
All right, with that, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? Nope. Any abstentions? All right, we have our new cell phone policy. Beautiful. I approval of board policy 6163.5, artificial intelligence use. Again, this is second read, Dr. Hinman.
Thank you, President Smith. As the previous item, we're back on second reading. We've heard all the input from the first reading, made any necessary changes, asking for approval.
All right, may I get a motion and a second? A motion.
I'll second.
Any questions or comments? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? No, motion passes. J, approval of board policy 6174.1, education of English language learners, second read, Dr. Hinman.
Thank you, President Smith. As in the previous items, this is second read. We've heard the input from the first read, implemented into the second read, and are asking for approval.
Get a motion in a second. Motion.
I'll second.
Any questions or comments? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Motion passes. A, approval of extension to the contract for employee health and welfare insurance broker. And may I get a motion in a second? A motion.
I'll second.
You, Dr. Hinman.
Thank you, President Smith. We've been looking forward to bringing this item forward. I know the board is familiar with it as we have already begun the enrollment process. But this evening, we're just going to do a little background on it from our Dr. Smith.
First, this one is the broker. This is Kate's
Oh.
broker,
Gosh, thank you.
the annual contract for the broker.
I was on a roll.
You were.
Thank you. This is Baldwin Assurance. You want to touch on it?
Okay, our
That's your
Baldwin
call.
Group is our broker that takes out, goes out to market to seek the best possible programs and costs for our organization, and this is their annual contract. And it's expected to be approximately $70,000.
And they've done a
Great job.
very good job for us. And again, I want to refer back to Dr. Lewis, who has done the majority of the work with them and brought them forward. And has served us well, and he's would support this strongly if he were here.
All right, any questions or comments? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? Motion passes. L, approval of updated employee health and welfare benefits package. May I get a motion and a second? A motion. I'll second. All right, Dr. Mann.
Everything I said a few minutes ago, It's been recorded and I'll turn it over to Dr. Smith.
This will be very brief. As Dr. Hinman explained, Chuck Lewis, who was my predecessor, he did a lot of the groundwork for making sure that this organization is best served with insurance programs and the costs that were out there. So in this case, OPA was facing, I don't know if you can read that slide, it's fairly small. If you have it on your screen, you can see OPA was facing an approximate 15% increase from Blue Shield. And the Baldwin Group went out to market and the Anthem proposal came in much better, but actually resulted in about a 4% decrease. Kaiser went up about 5%, but overall, it resulted in cost savings for the organization, OPA, and also for the employees, while still providing comprehensive insurance and medical, dental, and vision. So overall, a really great result from the Baldwin Group, our brokers who went out to market to make sure we get the best possible insurance program and rates.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, in addition to the salary increase, what a great summer for the employees. Yeah.
Absolutely. Any questions or comments? Thank you. All right, and we'll move to the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. Items for consent. Items listed under consent are voted on by the board in one motion and one vote. There's no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless a member of the board or staff requests specific items be pulled from consent. And I'll turn over to Dr. Hinman. Is there any comments from staff?
Thank you, President Smith. We don't have any items that we want to pull, but I do want to take this opportunity to just share just a general thought regarding items of consent and the agenda as a whole. I think, again, I want to reiterate what Shereen Smith just said, is that the culture at OPA is one of, it's the OPA way. It's of caring, it's collegiality, it's trust. And sometimes, we all have a position and a job to do, but what I would implore upon any staff member, board member, teacher, parent, is, come talk to us when there's an issue. If there's a problem that they perceive, be it in payroll or step-at column or health benefits, we are here to help. Sometimes that gets confusing. But that is the purpose. I do want to, I know some of my staff got a little, took a few shots earlier. I just want to say they're working so hard. And they're working hard for the Oxford Preparatory Academy, which includes everybody, teachers, staff, parents. So I just hope the communication continues. You have two signs of that have taken place, just tonight. One, your commitment to student excellence and supporting teachers and becoming excellent professors, your health benefits. I mean, that doesn't happen without the board. Without that charge to go out and find us the best health and welfare package that we can get for our teachers and our team. And the third one would be the compensation package that the board approved just 2 weeks ago. It's just been really impressive. So I just want to implore, I want to tell you that we are honoring your commitment to be person-centered, the Nordstrom way, if you will. And if anyone has a concern, if they would come to us and share their concern, we'll address it. And I can guarantee everybody and you one of two things. If somebody has a concern with us, staff, the district office, school site, they may not get the answer they want for whatever factor, but they'll always know why we're making the decision we make. And I think that's really important for people to know is it, sometimes we have laws, rules, and regulations we have to follow, but at least we'll be able to point to why we're maybe not following a recommendation. But we'll do it with, a warm heart and a smile on our face. So thank you.
Thank you. Before we make a motion, would any member like to pull an item from the consent calendar? 2 and C5, please. C2, C5,
And I'll put C3.
and C3.
Two.
Feel free to talk.
Yep.
Okay. Then may I please get a motion to approve items for consent, less items C2, C3, and C5.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? All right, so C2. This is classroom curriculum not to exceed fiscal year 26-27 for Southwest Valley, South Orange County, and middle school campuses. May I get a motion in a second?
I'll motion.
I'll second.
Okay, and then questions and discussion?
My questions are related to curriculum associates, which translates to iReady. And based on them being in the news a lot recently, I'm gonna ask, are they FERPA compliant and all the OPA, BIO, the student honor, all of that, is student data being
Protected.
And then I'm gonna ask a follow-up question. Is there an educational benefit to iReady? Because that's the other half of why it's been in the news. So if, I don't expect you to have an answer right now, but at some point, if we could learn more about this process.
I think we do have some information to share. I mean, we don't have all the solid answers, but I will let Ms. Burdette touch that one.
So in terms of compliance and student protection, like we've worked very closely with them, they have to obviously send out any kind of information regarding to any kind of data breach, but they are committed to the protection of student data, so we're continuing to closely monitor that. Just as a point of clarification for the elementary schools, iReady is also used as an iReady physical math curriculum. So there's 2 layers of that. That is the actual physical like textbook and math that they use in the classroom. And we have been using the iReady diagnostic. So right now the elementary schools are only continuing with the iReady math diagnostic to coincide with the iReady math curriculum that they're presenting. We're moving away from iReady at the middle school completely, and we're piloting a new diagnostic to see if it's giving us similar data. Again, it's a local kind of assessment data point. So we're monitoring it to see if it's giving us accurate indications of student gaps in achievement and how we can address it.
So is this then this quote related to the math curriculum?
So
Because they
the,
are for the elementaries.
correct, it's
Okay.
2 combined quotes for math curriculum and the iReady math diagnostic only.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any noes? And any abstention? All right, passes. Closed minutes 23. All right, Oxford Secretary County Student Handbooks for South Valley, South Orange County, and middle school campuses. May I get a motion in a second?
I'll motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion?
Yeah, so there's just inconsistencies in the handbook versus even the policies we're approving. And so I would just ask that there be another look, and I'm happy to work with whoever needs to do it, but I don't know if might be better to come and ratify it once you have a little bit more time for board input.
Any reason? We'd like to recommend we pull this item and bring it back.
Thank you. And I'm happy to redline it. Because there's quite a bit of edits. I'm sure Betsy probably has some too.
What, you don't think I?
Okay, I'm just
You guys can take it. All right, so can I get an amended motion and second to table?
I amend my motion to vote it.
second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No abstentions. Okay, table. Then C5. Okay, approval of Proposition 28, arts and music in schools, funding annual report fiscal year 2025-2026 for Saddleback Valley, South Orange County and middle school purposes. And she had a motion and a second.
I'll motion.
I'll second.
Okay. And questions or discussion?
On the documents title. Proposition 28, arts and music and schools funding, the ones that look like this. The number 5 says number of students served with AMS funds. Should that be all the students at that site?
Which one is it?
Either SV or SOC.
Yes.
Okay, because they have the same number.
Didn't you bring that up last time?
No, that was.
But that different one was, it should have been the same number.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So they brought it back, they checked.
Okay.
the number. So this one says that SV has 581 and SOC both has 580.
Can we accept with the change?
Yes, we can
We recommend. that
we can
accept with
recommend
the
that change.
All right, staff would like to recommend that you still accept the item with the noted change.
Okay, I will amend my motion. For that.
We will send that out to you, once it's.
Member Travis, you second?
Yes, I
the
do.
Motion?
I do.
Okay, thank you. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any no, any abstentions? Okay, that is approved. Executive Director Report, Dr. Hinman.
Thank you, President Smith. We will start with, I'm gonna start with Shireen Smith.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
I am actually so glad that Heidi Rodriguez is here because I would like to commend her. She's been here, gosh, just a few days. And as Dr. Hinman said earlier, she comes in with a really positive attitude. She comes in early. She works just very hard every single day. And every day I talk to her and I'm like, oh, Heidi, this is so great. I really like the way that you dug into this. And, oh, Heidi, thank you so much. You got me that information I needed. I just love numbers. Every day she says, I'm like, that's great, Heidi, because we really need someone who loves numbers. And she's working very closely with Avery. So she's been such an asset in a very short time.
Thank you.
Ms. Burdette.
I just like to echo it. It's wonderful to have a new team member who's just so positive. And again, you know, in our small office, it's just wonderful to have a ray of sunshine who's so willing to love numbers. Yeah, so much. I also like to give a shout out to Deirdre Didion, who's been working very hard, supporting all the behind the scenes work for our summer school program. So thank you again, being a support for an up and coming administrator. You know, it's really exciting work, but the kids are doing well and we look forward to presenting you all of our amazing data and our progress in the months to come. And I just like to welcome our new board member. It's exciting to have a new member on staff, so welcome.
Thank you.
So I'm excited for a lot of reasons, and not because this is my last board meeting. I want to be real clear on that. But I'm, there's just such amazing things happening right now. And again, to our new board member, Mr. Sood, is that right?
Yeah.
I think you just kind of got a taste tonight that there's so much energy in the air. I think you coming on, being a part of this is going to be just so awesome. But the work that you've done with the budget, the work you've done with compensation, health benefits, bringing on George Knights, is he still here? No, he's not here. Bringing on Georgie, I'll call him, and his energy combined with Maggie and your chancellors moving on to the PLCs. Next couple of years are going to be dynamic and dynamite, and I'm glad that I've been here and been able to be part of that, and I'm going to be watching with a close eye. I will be working a little bit, just doing some coaching with OPA, but I just have found a passion for this place. I think you guys again are wonderful. Your heart's in the right place, and keep doing what you're doing, because I think you're that rocket ship that's rumbling on the pad, getting ready to take off. So thank you, and I want to thank you for this opportunity as well.
All right, director reports, member Travis.
Well, first, I want to convey again, congratulations to Maggie to be our new executive director. We're very excited to work closely with you and partner with you. I'd also like to welcome our newest member of the board, Mr. Sud, right? Sood. Okay, I'm right. I will right. Sood. Just give me a minute. And I'd also just like to give a big thank you to Chuck and all the amazing people that he's brought to the team, because it's really helped us in this challenging time. And so, Chuck, we got to know you a couple years ago and you're infamous around here. Everybody calls you, they know the Chuck. So, appreciate everything you have done for us and continue to do for us.
Member Fryer.
I'd like to thank admin and the central office and the chancellors for all their hard work preparing the budget and the LCAP. It's a lot of work for everyone and we really appreciate the time and effort you've taken to do that. I'd like to thank the stakeholders who participated in the LCAPs. Your input is invaluable. It's how we know what we want to do and where we're going. And so thank you for participating. Thank you to Maggie and Mr. Knights for their PLC plan. I'm looking forward to see the ways that you're going to make OPA even better and supporting the growth of our teachers and our admin. And thank you to everyone who's participating in ESY and summer school and making it fun for the kids. It's a big task making school and summer fun. And thank you and welcome to Heidi for joining us and stepping in, and we're excited to see you grow in finance. And thank you again to Mr. Sood. Okay. For joining the board. And thank you to Chuck for stepping in and helping us move forward. We appreciate your guidance and the talent you brought us to make OPA even better. Maggie has big shoes to fill and I'm excited for the year to come.
My mind's going many different ways. I'm gonna say thanks to my board mates for their comprehensive job just now in doing thanks and welcomes. So I think I'm gonna focus my thoughts on Dr. Hinman and just saying thank you, and I'm exhausted. And I'm exhausted in a good way because I mean, I think it's just unbelievable and incredible what you've been able to accomplish. And the time you've been here. And it's been such a pleasure to work with you. I truly felt like we are a team focused on mission and our students. And so that makes this work so much easier and more enjoyable. So thank you so much. And from the full board, we just have a little token. And one thing I'm gonna share is we know how important formality is. Not important to have a open salary.
I didn't know these existed.
They did.
Did you know this existed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's
And
awesome.
we will see you around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Goodbye.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. With that, we're going to recess and close session at 9:23 PM. Thank you. Welcome back. We are reconvening the open session at 10:45 p.m. There was no action taken in closed session. Adjournment, it's recommended that the board adjourn the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory County Board of Directors on June 25th, 2026. May I get a motion in a second?
I'll motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? All right, the meeting is adjourned at 10:46 p.m. Thank you.